Hola Hail, good evening to all who's listening. Give me a few moments because you know the drill. I gotta get a couple of things up and running and then we'll get going. But tonight, I still haven't worked out this issue with the background, so I'm going to try to put ink everywhere that I need it, that I can tell. Yeah, so bear with me. I'm just gonna mute for a couple moments while I'm clickety, and then I'll be back just a bit. Okay, that's just a bit. Try to do this in such a way where I don't have to turn my head around every 5 seconds. Okay, looks like we're going. Like a couple of streams I'm listening to are in the background. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I need to actually adjust it. And I can't do that nowhere else but here. Okay, bear with me. Still at it. And Comicscape Kings is just about done. Alright, let's turn that off. Okay. Right. Now, where's that darn thumbnail? Oh, I think I can just carry it over, hopefully. Okay, looks like it's hopefully working. Come on. somehow it got bigger. Its britches got bigger than they were supposed to be. Okay, I'll try the lighter one. Looks like it's still coming in below the proper weight class. Okay, that looks better though. Okay, thumbnail is being accepted. Fantastic. No, it's not made for kids. Put it on this playlist. That one. No age restriction. Oh, there was one other thing. Dude, I don't know if that really works. Not properly set. Well, first we need to save. Okay, now there actually is a darn thumbnail. Good. Participants, anyone? No need for slow mode. Okay, we're gonna skip that because that's just, it's not really doing a thing this evening. Alright, so other than that, I can turn this off and I think we can get on to it. Alright, everything else is good to go. Let me make that number 25 so that it's ready for the next stream. Alright, I think that does it. Hold on just a moment. Okie dokie. Let's try that again. Oh, and also make it live. Okay, The mute worked. Alrighty then. I know what I need to do is this, not that. Put all of this down. Okay, now we're back in action. I forgot I was supposed to do this too. Okay, so other than that, let's get the mic over here. Leave the keyboard there. Alright. Oh, yeah, I probably should. Well, no, I took all the process. Oh, no, I didn't, because I forgot I needed to put that in there. So I do need to take just a couple more process shots. I gotta get a new one of those. It's running out. Let's do it under this filter because it'll catch the light the best. Although the bottom right is already coming loose a bit, as always happens. And what that was turn down the ringer. Let's just get side real quick. And then one last one. Face. Alright, good. That should do it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be on as long as I was on yesterday, but I just need to at least start inking her. At least just to darken in the lines before the pencil starts to rub away and go everywhere all over the other place. Alright. Gotta start out at the top because the lines are thinner there, because I don't know what I'm going to do once I get to all of this. That's going to be a problem. So I looked around to see what was in the supply chest, and I'm going to try with these. As my black Sharpies apparently have dried out. It's been a while since I've actually used them for this purpose. But yeah, so we'll have to see what we can do with this stuff. Alright, where do we start? The biggest one over here is a 7, and the 7 is dying. Oh, right. What the heck was today? 23rd. Third of 23 divided by 11. Start at 05. Okie dokie. Well, screw it. Let's start with her face. Fine. Time for some final decisions. Kinda wanted to give her a sort of witchier kind of nose, but I don't really know how to draw those, to be perfectly honest with you. That's kind of why it sort of wound up like this. Yeah, it's been fun actually drawing this. Actually, I'm happy Mama Bear shared it with me. Alright. Goodies, got it. The thing about it is you can't even entirely tell the difference. I mean, I can, but it's very hard to see with the camera. Excuse me. That was sudden. Very weird eyebrows, I know, but well, I kind of thought that she did have weird eyebrows. Little hooks and points on them. Let's get these eyelashes in. Right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Hola Hail, can Jack Ben? He says, greetings and salutations again. Just stopped in to say hi. I'm not feeling up to hanging out, but I'm still here. Okay, I understand. We get our up and down swings, but thank you for coming by nonetheless. Most appreciated. I'm just gonna sit here and keep trying to ink Granny. This is still so disturbing. Still want to put in some these pseudo horrifying wrinkles on her forehead. I've just got to keep putting this ink down and trying to figure out quite where all of it is gonna go. Alright, so for this bit, will require something bigger, so I switched to a 7. Holy cow, 7 is not enough. Oh, by the way, Ken Jack Ben, since you're there, you were right. It was. Oh, what the heck was it? It was a pilgrim hat. That was not a 10-gallon hat that Spawn was wearing. I literally just happened to peek in when they were trying to figure that out. And I just thought it was weird that none of them were able to gather that that was a pilgrim hat. Like, I mean, I don't know why McFarlane put one on him when that, I don't even think that Spawn was in those times, but oh well. I don't know nothing. So that was definitely not a 10-gallon cowboy hat. But still, you gotta love those guys and their silliness. I think I might have underdone it a bit with this finger. I think that's actually slightly more accurate. Okay. See how long this actually takes. Okay, good. If I should change my mind and actually open the res, which I won't, at least now I have the option. Hmm. Kenjin Ben says, Grumpy, I can only surmise that because it did not have a buckle, they could not distinguish it from a 10-gallon. But that doesn't make any sense. It wasn't in any shape that would have happened in the Wild West. Like, even I know that. Like, that was obviously a pilgrim hat. Like clearly, Mayflower, all of those things. That hat was not from. That hat was from pre-America, for crying out loud, essentially. But I just thought it was odd that they didn't know. They were probably honestly they probably weren't even looking at it that hard. They were all laughing so hard at everything else going on at the time. So I'm not giving them no guff for it. I just thought it was funny that they couldn't tell. And Malin was already there by then, but he didn't see your comment. So that's just another one of those. It's all good. Just gotta do what it do and keep on going. Cause we gotta catch up to them. Did you see how many people, like even Nasser was getting to put his book out there? Oh Lord have mercy! I gotta hurry with this. We gotta get on this train, man. We have got to get on this boat. Okay. Do I need something bigger now? Yeah, I think I do. Indeed, indeed. Oh shoot, there's only one left. Looks like this is harder to come by, so... Okay, that is done and out of my face. Good day. Oh yeah, we gotta get cracking. What is it? What is it? The thing? Oh, I can't remember. There was something I thought of. I wrote it down, but I can't even remember it. But I know I put it down on the file. It was something about Day of the Dead. I wanted to try to do over there too, but I don't quite know how to approach it. Oof. Lord have mercy. Alright. I don't know. To try this might be too thick. Oh, it's enough. You know what? That might actually be enough. So I'll save that for both the legs. And then I'll try to mess with some of these. See about covering that. Because they have a... Oh, I don't know if you can completely see that, but they have very different brush heads. And this is, well, messy. So, I gotta try a couple of these to see where I can get. I've never actually tried to use these before now that I think about it. Just praying it doesn't bleed. However, I do have a piece of cardboard behind this paper in case it does. And I hope it doesn't dry all sickly looking either. That'll be annoying. Okay, This ain't bad. This ain't bad. Oh, that wasn't Shane. That was Toxic Man Flu. Hey, this is all right. They might be able to properly darken these in with these. Well, that's probably because I've never actually used them. Hopefully they don't dry all matte-like, but... Well, don't forget, Kendrick Ben, you think of anything, you know where to put it down. That way it gets added to the file, and we both have it in both places, and it's done and correct that way. Son of a monkey's uncle, this is actually working. That's both of my elbows. Doing their best impression of... Well, I don't even want to put that out into the ether. Okay. Alright. Let's go for it. Must go slowly. Yeah, okay, that's holding up. was supposed to be a single line or not. I think it was. Ooh, I don't know how this behaves with an eraser now that I think about it. Oh boy. So many experiments, so little time. It is starting to come across a little darker. That's good. I forgot they're going to quote unquote try again to file charges against Alec Baldwin. And it probably will go nowhere again, just like last time, just like everybody predicted. But that doesn't really matter here. Here we're just trying to draw stiff. Good lord. Okay, Jackman, if you're still there, who is this person that's running around saying that if they don't, that if his comic, that if you don't buy his comic, then your comics gate? I just heard about that. I just thought it was sadly hilarious, but ultimately, it's just another person misunderstanding things on purpose. Oh well. They don't need to worry about that. They just need to keep making books and make characters that are more accessible to more people so they could sell them in stores. I do suppose last time they did dismiss it without prejudice, just in case they could try again. But anyway, enough of that. got that far. I'm definitely not going to be able to do the scaling with this thing, so let's stick to the outside for a bit. Okay. Okay. There, it's getting somewhere at least. Yeah, because it's 2 minutes behind. That's not accurate. Although I kind of missed the center point, but it's okay. I'll just have to redo the button at a later point. Before I finish tonight. Probably not, though. Might wind up changing that, but for now, it stays. Okay, good. Okay. Ken Jugman says, I got to go. I'll hang out later if you're, I'm assuming, still streaming. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll go tonight. I'm going to try to get as far as I can with this, but yeah, man, stay safe out there. I'll be around a while, at least a while longer. Okay, next one. sure if I should really try to start this yet, but it's like every day that I come back to it, there's just more soot everywhere from erasing and moving stuff around. So it's like, well, see, and I just messed up right there. So yeah, I gotta go slower with these. Sure, these favorite custom. Okay, yes. Next one. I think I need that. Okay. Sorry, I'm not super talkative tonight. I'm just trying to really want this to move along. And I would like to start on the scales if at all possible. But I don't know quite how feasible that really is. So I'll keep at it and keep going. Okay. Next one. Okay, other side. Oh, connect. guess it depends on how long I can go. However long it is, I'll actually go. Okay. Guess we'll do these too. Why not? We'll have to fix that later. Let me try the brush. Much thinner. Let's see what happens. Just forget that with the brush pens you actually can mess with the weight of the line more. It's more like almost like a calligraphy thing. Apologize, I do not have sufficient art jargon to properly explain that. But it is something I like. That's why I miss coloring things physically, but for now, gotta work with what I got. Okay, mostly success. Now, this very, very tricky, annoying thing I made down here. Let's see. Okay, let's get around there. At least I think the lines wound up sufficiently thick, so I shouldn't have too much of a darkening problem when I finally get to put this in Photoshop. At least I hope not. Oh, wait, notify. Oh, Hola Hail, Darren. Thank you for coming by. Good evening to you. I hope you're doing well. I'm back at this, and I decided, since I'm still having such a problem with the actual background, to just start to put ink on her now. So that way I can. So the thing is, you might not be able to see it on a camera, but every time I've drawn something on or had to erase something, a bunch of soot gets everywhere. Oops, sorry. Yeah, and when the soot comes in, then it just gets harder and harder to tell. Then the lines start to blur and blend into each other, and then I have no idea what's on the page anymore. Oh, Darren M says it looks like the thickening lines are coming along. Yes, that's where we're at, trying to thicken the lines using these suckers. Right now, I'm using the brush one to see if I can get away with thinner things. And I'm gonna get this one back to see if I can get around those. And I guess I should probably angle it down a little bit. Okay. So there'd be a lot of trouble around here and around there. But I'm glad I hadn't used these. Well, this was a set of inking and pit pens that I got. I think it was just months ago, earlier this year, and I hadn't used them at all yet because I wasn't sure. I'm like, this is a different type of ink than these, and then these are much thinner than these things are. So I figure, well, let's try the thicker one since this is much larger paper than I'm accustomed to. And so far, so good. Seems to actually be working. Only thing is, for this, I have to take it a lot slower to thicken these lines. Yep, so far so good, Darren. He says all good here. Hope the same for you. It was a strange day, but just glad I got to end it getting some more work done. And I will happily take that. Only thing is, I don't know how this ink takes to, well, this guy. So when I gotta go take everything else off, I don't know how that's gonna end up. I think it should be okay because I do like this company, which is the Faber Castell. I don't know exactly how to actually pronounce that. I do know it's German. It's very, very German. And those people have been at this almost as long as there have been cars on this earth, so gotta figure they have to know a little bit something about what they're doing. I hope. I mean, I'm exaggerating a bit there, but you get my drift. I hope. Okay, that's working. I'll take that. Darren says, I figured you would be hard at it. Didn't see you in the Toxic Femme chat. That said, I hung out on the Rumble chat tonight. Chatted with Mr. Tickletrunk a bit. I love Mr. Tickletrunk. He's good people. And then Rumble chat for Toxic Femme was quite lively tonight. Yeah, I need to get on there and hump around a bit more, but more often than not, these last months I've had other things going on while Toxic Femme is on, so I don't get to come on there very much. But I would like to get back onto Toxic Femme. I miss it. I can only imagine what it was like tonight, considering what the topic was, because Barbara Broccoli was back at it again. Let's ruin James Bond some more. Well, men are evolving, so James Bond must evolve too. No, that's not evolving. I don't even know what to call that, because it certainly isn't progress. Not toward anything good. James Bond is a dude, and a dude's dude at that. Okay, yay. But yeah, I need to make my way back. Like I catch them in replays, but I hardly ever get to actually be a Toxic Femme live for the longest doggone time. But even before that, whilst I whilst my Twitter actually worked, I used to promote it every freaking Monday. I always would. I mean, if you actually go back on my Twitter, that's most of what you'll see, except for when people wanted to start fighting with me about nonsense. And I don't care. Like I don't block anybody on there. Everybody uses that as like a super gotcha. Like, ha, I blocked you. Now you can't do anything. And I'm like, you blocked me, so you blocked yourself off from decent conversation. I could give a crap either way. This is a public forum, so there's no point in me bothering to do that. But in the end, it seems Twitter managed to get me because of my phone. So my phone is kind of outdated for it, and so I'm like going on there. I'm just like constantly hobbling. Like I can't really use it. I mean, it's not like I was ever particularly good at it with Twitter, but at least I used to be able to do a little bit more on it. I used to promote a lot for Lorena Creole, for obviously Culture Casino, Nina herself, and for Literature Devil and Loki in the mornings. Loki's Mornings of Mischief. That's a good show he puts on there most days. Bond is the man. Oh, Darren says everyone came to the same argument to the same agreement in under half an hour, so it moved on to Marvel movie stuff. Yeah, that figures. That figures. That figures. And then he says Bond is the man that men want to be, and the man that women want to be with. I mean, yeah, that's exactly right. That's how that was. But Barbara Broccoli has apparently become a who woke, who white woman. So James Bond is screwed. And that's fake woke, by the way, because the people that use that term couldn't be more asleep. In my quote unquote humble opinion, people that call themselves woke are not awake at all. They are sheep. And they are asleep. They are completely and entirely asleep. They may not even rate as sheep, now that I think about it. So doggone ridiculous. And Darren says, I never got into Twitter. You're not missing anything, trust me. If anything, you're saving yourself neurons that you can use to do productive things with later on. So, yeah, you are perfectly fine not having gotten yourself into Twitter. Now, for me, I wound up actually being able to use it for some things that are useful, like finding all of you people. That's how Twitter went for me. So I don't curse it as much as I probably should, because Twitter ultimately was useful in helping me find other people who are not crazy. But I had to swim through a lot of crazy to get to find all of y'all. Then on YouTube. Okay, okay. I probably should clip it. I got this thing to actually stay in one place and stay down because it just doesn't want to. Alright, it's good to know I do actually have some inking things that can handle this job. Falling down again. And the clip fell down too. So I need to get it real quick. There we go. And Darren says, well, that is the most positive thing I can think of. Yeah, I agree with that because it was useful for that fact, and I am thankful to have loafed around on there long enough to then go back to YouTube and do the thing. And then Darren says, I spent a lot of time on YouTube to find John, but well worth it. Yep, same here. Same here. Same here. Now, when I saw The Last Jedi, I didn't leave it with a headache like Gary did, but I was pretty mad. I was pretty mad, and I felt like, I forget who was it described it this way, but I felt like the people who made that movie hated me for some reason. That's what it felt like. And I did not go to YouTube then. I hadn't even thought of it. I didn't go back to YouTube after being gone from it for so long until like halfway through 2020, maybe a little bit before halfway through 2020. And it was only because AT&T, I was getting the TV service that they had, and they decided to screw me over one of my payments. So I told them to go jump off a bridge, and I'm like, well, you know what? All I do with this is watch news, and I don't really need to watch those anymore because the news is lying about most things. And that's around the time I took to YouTube. And I started figuring out that so much else had been happening that I had no idea about whatsoever. By which I mean Comicsgate and Gamergate. I didn't know any of that had gone down, so I just hadn't been keeping up with stuff on the net. Okay, I'm surprised they're still going. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad that JJ and KK took the time to forge all of us together, even if everybody wasn't a whole group for very long. I pretty much still credit all of this to good old fandom menace, no matter how long you had been on YouTube beforehand or after. The moment that actually got to JJ's lips, it was like, all right, this is a thing now. And then everybody sort of broken off into their own thing. I don't like that so many people like to look so unfondly upon that hashtag. I don't understand that. Because that's like that was a great moment when fans came together and they did a thing and they pushed back against Hollywood being stupid. And I may have been late to the party, but to me, if there's no fandom menace, there's no FNT. There's no geeks and gamers haven't gone the way that they did. I'm not even sure that there's a Nina or a rest of comics gates the way that they went, because a lot of them had to do all the stuff about Star Wars because everybody was so insanely flabbergasted by the horrific crimes that were committed upon Star Wars by those awful, awful people. If the fandom menace hadn't happened, I would have never found any of y'all. I'm just about 100% sure of that. Just about. Oh, Darren says agreed there. AT&T is not super nice, and the new went full Gaga in 2020. Yep, they did. They still haven't got out of that tailspin. Nope, they're still spinning down, 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 down. And Fox News joined them, like officially. I believe that was 2020 also, because that's when the boys took over, and Rupert wasn't really doing the day to day anymore. I mean, it's because of the boys, really, that Tucker got jumped on. Ooh, we gotta be careful with that. Yikes. Good. I'm getting to deal with a lot of this stuff on the outside. Oh, there it says, as for JJ and KK, my brother and I talked a lot about that movie. It gutted us. We felt they took the original movies and tried to remake better. Not even close. That's exactly right. Because J.J. Abrams doesn't know how to do original concepts very much. At least not in such a way where you can say like, oh, he might have possibly been inspired by this, but no, it just all looks like a ripoff with bad lens flares. By the way, they're not good lens flares when he does them. They don't often look that great. But believe it or not, the thing happened for me. Like, The Last Jedi sealed it, but the tearing and the blade entered my chest with The Force Awakens. I was expecting something completely different after recently having had played The Force Unleashed. I wasn't expecting them to just redo the original movies in the worst possible way. Because Rey basically got everything handed to her. She didn't have to do anything. It didn't matter. It literally didn't freaking matter anything that she did. It was just useless. But The Force Awakens did what it did to Han Solo. And basically, they killed all three of them throughout all three of those movies. And I was just so mad. Like if you're going to do a thing like this, then you normally want to have a baton passing event or something. Or like there should have been something for Poe to do with Han Solo, for Rey to do with Luke, and for Finn to do, well, I don't know. You would reverse them in any way you want to, but ultimately, Yeah, for me, it actually started with The Force Awakens, and The Last Jedi was just, it was the nail in the coffin. But The Force Awakens absolutely just, it committed seppuku for me, on me. that's that's kind of how it was. I was just not, I was not a happy camper after watching those. They were bad. They were very bad. Oh, and before I knew it, I got through a lot more of this than I thought. All right. Yeah, I hate, loathe, and despise each one of those movies for separate reasons that are all solid, because all three of those movies are terrible in their own ways, in their own rights. Just absolutely, completely awful. They're so bad. No, I don't want to do it with that. And Darren says, "Yep, I get that." All right. For this, we'll try the point three, and then Star Trek didn't help because, and I was initially blinded by the casting because I'm like, that's pretty decent casting. That could work. And then of course it look you look like you have Nimoy's blessing, because he shows up in there doing the alternate universe thing, and I'm like, okay, well, this could work this way. But I got lost in the sea of that, and I forgot about some stuff because the whole thing with Romulus and Vulcan, like that's not a thing that's going to happen in Star Trek. That's just not. And if you are a Romulan who finds themselves stuck 30 years before the events of that, there is no one, no one that can convince me that a Romulan is not going to go out there and act on that knowledge. That was a bunch of bunk. Absolute bunk. There's no way. That movie is so annoying. All right, let's see if I can do this too. Oh God, I gotta finish watching Blake Seven. I just thank God that none of these Jack and any jerks has gotten hold of any of the old British sci-fi to ruin. I mean, it's not like Doctor Who hasn't suffered enough or blood enough for all of us at this point. But holy cow. Because I just had a horrifying thought. Like, what if J.J. Abrams discovered it all and did his own Blake 7? Can you imagine what that would be like? And then I apologize for even putting that out into the ether. Because that's a horrendous thought. I love that freaking show. Even The Liberator. I've been rewatching it. I'm on the second season because I had forgotten a lot of the stuff that happened. I don't know if you've seen it, so I don't want to ruin it for you, but I do like it. Okay, excuse me, my knee needs to crack a bit. Alright, that didn't turn out nearly as bad as I thought it would, so let's continue. Okay. Alright, this isn't too bad. Now let's try to make them webby. Well, no, not yet. Now what do I do here? Do I do just... See, I don't know what to do about the X pattern ones. I don't know if I should try to double line them and cross them, or if I should just go right across there and do it that way. So that might make it look more like ninja mesh, and this chick is definite. Well, she's not a ninja, but she can sure fight like one. And that's how she trains the Furies to do anyway. Okay. Forget, I still have to change some of those, so I can't go into inking any of that yet. But I think the 0.3 should be enough to actually start the scaling. Darren M says, "Oh no, a bad thought. I just screamed a bit." I understand, Darren M. I understand. I screamed in my soul. I cried a little bit when I had that thought just minutes ago. It's like just the very thought that something like that could happen. I would just. I think that would be the hockey mask moment. If he did if someone like that got hold of any of those shows, as bad as everything else has been, that's when I put on the hockey mask and I go full Casey Jones on the whole of Hollywood. That's it. Oh, and Darren says, "I've seen it a few times." Oh, good, good. I'm glad you were familiar. It's a fantastic show. And then he says, "I'm waiting for them to take a crack at Sapphire and Steel. Don't think they would get it though. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. I mean, just here's the other one that'll ruin your day as mine was. Discworld. I have stayed away from the news that they were going to actually try to make those into a thing, because it was going to be very, very modernized with all of, and I mean all of the stuff you don't want. They were they were working on that, and I don't know where it wound up, and I don't want to know. It's all the new crap that nobody wants. I just not feeling that. I'm not interested. Yeah, that's the way for me to put it. I am simply not interested in that stuff. Yes, it was awful. All of it was awful. I think the announcements came sometime in 2021. Yeah, sometime in 2021, because it was after the whole thing had happened with Gina Carano. That then they came with this stuff where they're going to, well, we're going to make this world and we're going to make it all modern and futuristic. I'm like, do you not get the point of the? Did you read those books? Clearly they didn't, of course. I didn't even get to read them all, and even I know that I think they had, I don't know if it was like a full working trailer, but they had like, maybe it was like dailies or something like that, but it looked awful. I I I I thought I saw women with buzz cuts everywhere. I'm not even sure, but it looked bad. And the people that were talking about what they wanted to do with it said that, yeah, we're gonna be totally inclusive and it's gonna be great. You guys are gonna love this show. And I know I wasn't gonna love that show. Not at all. Come on, 0.5. Don't do this to me. I need you, buddy. I need you. Come on. Hang in there. There is a lot more scaling to be dealt with. Okay, that's better. There we go. So yeah, I kind of like a lot of that older British sci-fi too. And of course, all of the old super marionette stuff. Love all of that. Just love all of that. Jerry Anderson, Thunderbirds, Super. What the heck was it called? Super X or Super Ball? X5? Oh my gosh, I forget the name of the show, but I used to watch. I watched most of them in Spanish when I was little. Because that stuff got around just as much as the giant robot shows did. So yeah, them shows, they were good. They should be doing Super Marionette shows right now. But nobody wants to spend the money because they think they won't make any back. And of course they're stupid. Just like Netflix was a few years ago. I don't know if you knew, but they actually made a prequel to the Dark Crystal through by way of that shop that used to own themselves in New Zealand. I think it was Weta. And it's like, check it out. The Netflix still has it on there. It was pretty great, all things considered. And the doggone, then they canceled it before the end of the first season. It was expensive, but man, it was bringing people to them, but they wanted to act like it wasn't. So I'm forever mad. Gotta see if I can make it back to Toxic Film next week. I don't know if I can, but I gotta try. I'm gonna give it a try next week, see if I can get back in there. Well, doing these is exactly as much work as I thought it was going to be. Jeez. And as painful, but it's all good. We are getting there, and we are getting things done. But that is all due to lack of proper training because I'm having to train myself at all of this madness. Okay. Alright, if we got down there, then that means I can go back to this feller here. Alright, good. That is sealed. I'm actually going to seal this one off before I even get down there. Okay, let's go do the left bosom. Oops, I moved the easel a bit. Gotta be careful with that. And Darren says Jerry Anderson stuff was great. Thunderbirds, Space 1999, UFO, Captain Scarlet, that's another one I forgot. Stingray, Joe 90, the Terrahawks, and Fireball XL5. I could not remember the darn name. Thank you. Ah, man. But I don't know. Darren, did you ever see the other thing? There was a Japan. I think Japan tried to they tried to do like three different Jerry Anderson type of shows. One of them was an anime in the 90s ish that I really like how it was working, but it never got to take off, and I think they only produced like 5 episodes of it or something really annoying. I need to find the rest of that show. But there was one that there was a show that Japan did that looked almost exactly like a Jerry Anderson show, but it wasn't. And one of the characters on it was a redheaded dude that kind of had like a bowl cut. And I'm fairly certain that was from Japan. And then I think I had found it like a year or two ago, but then I forgot the name because I forgot where I wrote it down, even though I did write it down. I don't know if you've ever seen that show, but I've been trying to find that since I remembered it after I got to the States. But I'm fairly certain it was done in Japan. And I think he might have even consulted on it because they used puppets, they used marionettes, and they basically looked very much like the Jerry Anderson ones. But I haven't run back into it again. It's been a while. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I had a feeling I was not going to be able to follow that pattern all the way down like I did it in the pencils, but it's fine because I think this will wind up coming across a little bit better. All right, let's angle them down. Alright, the 0.5 is. Yikes. Alright, hang on. Let me grab another one. I do have a couple of backups for that particular size. Not everything, but do have an extra 0.5. I had a couple of other extra things, but I've misplaced them for some of those, the larger ones I had from earlier. All right, that's not. Yeah, that's considerably. That's way better. Okay. Okay. Almost down to the bottom. I will have to at least pseudo thin that out in Photoshop a bit. That is super noticeable. Holy cow. Alright, good enough. Now, let's do a little bit of this here. And I gotta not make this look like doggone flower petals. Always in danger of that. Okay, I think that worked out for the most part. Oh, Darren says, I never did see the Japanese stuff. This interests me. Yeah, you gotta look around, because it's not. It never, at least from what I could tell, it didn't completely catch on, but it was still cool. There was an anime called Fire Something. If I had my drive here, I could tell you. I'll try to see if I can find it, and I'll give you the name of it. Because I don't even remember if they ever did get to complete it. But it was still the basic same idea. You got people in really cool vehicles doing rescue stuff. So instead of superpowers, you have super tech vehicles to get everything done. Which makes perfect sense to me. That's why the Thunderbirds were go. Okay. I mean, in some ways, I sometimes feel like the Thunderbirds, or even Jerry Anderson himself, is the one who essentially gave birth to the Sentai stuff. Because I know you still had kaiju's back then, because Godzilla was already around. But this whole having a super team of 5 things with all these vehicles that can link up to do all this other stuff. The moment Japan got hold of that, they bit down on it like a bulldog and never let go. And I don't blame them, because I'm glad they did it, because that's how we got Voltron, that's how we got Johnny Sacco, that's how we got heck, even the Japanese Spider-Man show, in which he had all of his own cool vehicles, and he even had a mech. He had a freaking mech that he could call and pilot to deal with whatever problem was at him that day. But yep, Marvel licensed Spider-Man to Japan, and they ran with it in a very, very Japanese way. If I had a link, I'd drop it in the chat. Wait a minute, did I not? Hold on. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. I'm losing this. Hang on a second. It turned off. Well, that's fine. It's just as well. Hang on a second, because I think I didn't do this yet. Let me do this real quick. Oh, they got Carolyn playing Titanfall. Look at that. Oh, okay. I thought for a second I had not made you a moderator, and now I'm telling you, you can go find links. Sorry about that, but no, you definitely are on there, Darren M. And let me see, Darren M says, was it Firestorm, an anime series created by Jerry Anderson and John Needham and produced by Inoki Films? Yes, that's exactly it. Firestorm. I really like those little ships. They almost look like one of those R-type ships, because they have all of these. Because that's an idea I even had when I was little. I'm like, what if you could maneuver inside of air and atmosphere like you can in space? Well, you would need a lot of maneuvering thrusters inside that got a lot of fuel that can push your whatever you're flying really fast. That's for darn sure. Oh, and then Darren M dropped a link because he thinks he found the first episode on YouTube. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's loading very slowly. Sorry. This poor machine. Yeah, that's it. I actually have episodes of that, but mine don't look this good. Yeah, I really like those ships. They look cool. Yeah, and they did it just like an 80s anime, but yeah, that's definitely them. Like, I don't even know if they made it over here to like be done in English or not. I don't think they did, but I don't know. But I like the vehicle designs in this, and the little bit of the episodes I got to see, I'm like, yeah, this story could work. Oh, so somebody, they dubbed it, they fan dubbed it apparently. Alright, let's stop falling too far into nostalgia. But yeah, Darren, check it out. That thing that was fun. I enjoyed it. Not gonna enjoy this so much though. But it must be done. Where was I? Oh yeah, here. There you go. Good. Says Darren M says perfect. That is my watching for tomorrow. And hunting. I don't even know if they've ever put it out on anything because I don't know if they finished the series. I need to find out now. So I thank you for checking that out. I'm gonna try to come off of that to deal with this. So Post Kangs is still on. So it looks like Malin fired up a stream. That's good. All right, we got to do these two. So yeah, that's I like the show. It works just like a Macross or a older Gundam. I mean, the story was kind of, it was a little bit on, it's not the same type of animation, of course, and it was done way after, but it was kind of Stardust Memory-ish a little bit. The Gundam that never was, because the government scrapped it all. All right, there's a division right there. Have to do that. So yeah, I can't remember the other ones, but I'll have to try again. I have to try to look that up. I really like those type of shows. That's actually better than the track I was following with the pencils. A little too thick, but it'll do. It'll do. Alright, hang on, let me try to turn them a little bit here. Okay, I believe that was mostly successful. And then Darren says it may be worth taking a look at the Anderson Encyclopedia and drop the link for the Anderson Encyclopedia. Why, thank you, Darren M. I did not know there was such a thing. Clearly, I need to go take a look over there to see if I can find that thing. Let me just open that tab. Yes. Okay, the tab is open, and I will definitely go through there. And then he says, looks like Firestorm did get to have 26 episodes. Well, that's good. I would like to finish watching it. It would be nice. I will have to work hard to track that sucker down. Oops. Careful, careful. Okay, that will do. Let me because it keeps falling. Stop it. Alright, there we go. Thank you for sharing that with me, Darren. That's a fantastic thing that you just did for me right there, buddy. You don't even know. There are still good things on the internet. It's not all bad. Remember, good news, infinite hope. There are still good things out there. Good things to do, good things to see. What do we got? Did we do them all? All except for the spider webbing. Alright, I guess we should start on that. Although I'm going to have to get a progress shot here at some point. I haven't done that in a while. I don't think I've done that in a couple of hours, actually. Despite the horrendous ruination that has happened at Marvel, I still would like to someday actually draw these webs on Spider-Man myself. I know no one should wish to work there in those conditions, but who knows what it'll be like by the time I can actually do it. Yeah. Like, I don't hate Marvel and DC. I hate what's happened to them. I hate what's been done to them. It's not quite the same thing. I still love all of those characters. I still want to see good stories told with them, because they should be. That's what they're literally designed for. They're not generational like most of Japan's characters, or France's, or everybody else's. The American ones have that uniqueness where you change the world around them, but you don't change them. They could still be heroes and do cool stuff. I know I might be a little overly optimistic when it comes to that, but, well, I can't very well easily make that particular bias go away. And I don't want to. And I'm just going to do it across then. Just the line. Just the X. Executive decisions. You have to make calls. Alrighty, other side. I don't want them to be too small because you are supposed to get some skin there, so. make the same mistake I did with the other one where I had to do all this mesh stuff. Well, that was dangerous. It's completely destroyed that pattern, almost. I'll have to... Don't quite know what to do with those. And I don't know what to do with these either. I still haven't decided to fully seal those in. But in the meantime, there's still these to do. And there it says, no problem. You got me interested in it. Thank you for pointing me in the right direction. Happy to oblige, sir. Happy to. Thank you for pointing me in the other direction, because that's a nice little library of information I definitely need access to. But yeah, man, that's just, it's all good stuff. Yeah, between Jerry Anderson, Osamu Tezuka, and a couple of other guys. That, Larry Hama and them, like my 80s were full of good fun stuff. There were even some toys that I got in the 80s that were magnetic that I loved, I absolutely loved. It was just this white horse thing with these power drill things that looked just like, I don't even know what they called it in English. I know it as El Vengador. It was Kotetsuji in Japanese, but this was part of the thing, because this was a super robot from the 70s. But when it came around, the stuff that you and I know as Micronauts, it was part of something else in Japan. You probably know, because that's where Transformers comes from, Diaclone. And then when they brought them across the lands, they did them all as split properties, which I will never forgive them for. Just kind of why that there's one of the stories I'm doing kind of in honor and homage to that, but not to split it up. Like, I'm going to keep them together. Lord willing, I'll actually get to tell it and people will actually like it. But yeah, so these toys, I didn't know what they were over here, and I spent years, like decades, trying to find out what the heck was that thing that my mom bought me back then. And that's what it was. Except it was still the Diaclone types, because they were still in the old packaging. I don't even know if you remember. I think they called him over here was Baron something or other. That was the name of the villain. But the version of it that I had was white. They all had magnetic ball joints, so you could put half the body of the horse on them, or use the other parts, and it was craziness like that, man. I miss it. They don't make toys like that anymore. Well, you kind of had something like that when you had the little bit of the zany brainy era, but that didn't last very long, unfortunately. And then Darren Up says, doing some searching in the background while you work. I hear, just listening, and looking for Firestorm vids with luck. With luck. I bid you and us good luck in that, because that's a show. Definitely gonna have to see the rest of that for sure. Now that I know that there is a rest of it to be seen. Oh, that's the wrong size. Let me try to do this inner line without completely destroying the available real estate. I'm really hoping these things don't dry matte, but it kind of looks like they are. But it's fine so long as I don't have to do a lot of line filling in when I get this thing to Photoshop. Okay, that's one side. I made that space way too small. So that I will have to fix in Photoshop, I think, because I don't think the white pen that I have is... I don't know how it'll work on this type of ink. But it's okay. It's reparable. Which reminds me, there are others. Good Lord, how much more of this stuff would I have gotten through? I wonder how much of my list I would have gotten through if I would have started streaming in 2020 like I was hoping I could. It's all good. We still made it, and that is the point. After all. I left that TV on kind of loud. Okay. There's a little more that can be done now. And then there it says, oh yeah, cool sounding toys. Those don't sound familiar. No, they may not. I don't think they ever did them here. There were, when I was little and I'd come here, there were some toys that were done that were magnetic, but it wasn't those. It wasn't anything that looked even remotely Japanese, let alone that came over to America. And I think when my mom got them, she got them from one of those over here guys anyway, on top of that. So imagine that. Correct the elbow a bit there. Hold on. Time to crack these things out again. I need the augmentation. Got to be from this side. Maybe if I turn the light on. Okay, that's a little better. Not better enough, but it'll have to do. There it says, some luck. It's the English dub, but it's 10.5 hours of 480p video. Hey, look, that means then you have got the series. Just about, yeah. Yeah, because they're all probably about 20 something minutes apiece. That sounds about right for about 26 episodes. Well, good. I'm glad you hounded it down, and thank you for sharing the link. Probably open it up on the other side here. Jeez, it's the whole thing. All right, I hit the link there, and thanks. That's clearly the whole series. So yeah, definitely gonna have to give that a watch while I'm drawing off stream. I don't know how much I'll see tomorrow, because tomorrow is the real BBC, and I'm sure Nina and Tomboy will start right before it ends. Honestly, I might just go live then, so I can I can mine their streams while I try to get some work done on mine, because, well, I'm far behind. And this particular project isn't even on the list. This literally just came to knowledge. I came to knowledge of this essentially, what, Friday night? Thursday night? I had to skip pages ahead of this sketchpad to even try to draw this. But I'm glad I did. This has been fun. Doing a nice, cool, silly little thing. You have to have fun with this stuff. Or why do it at all? Okay, good. Now let's hop over to the other side. How far along are we? Only a couple hours. Hang on. Turn the light off. Okay, that does make it a little bit easier. It was so crazy when I got to the States. I didn't even know. Like, I missed so much stuff in the early 90s that I kind of started to catch up to by the mid 90s, and then the rest of it I think I caught up with in the early 2000s. But, like, I didn't know. Like, I'd always wondered, what did that guy that Luke Skywalker do after Star Wars? Apparently, he did the Guyver. Because they tried to bring over some of the Japanese stuff in live action format, and they did a decent job of it, but it didn't do well enough with it where, like, people were really taking care of it, and you tried to tell the story in a way enough that it would, like, reach more folks. But I do like both of those movies. I prefer the anime, of course, because there's so much more that the Guyver can do that you can show there that you can't really show in the Guyver movies, because the Mega Smasher, it's early 90s props, but at least it was also props. It wasn't CG or CGI, because that, of course, would just have driven everyone nuts, as it should. But I wish we could get a nicely budgeted film version of just the original Guyver movie, where the Guyver goes crazy. And they also had the female guy version because that's the one that went crazy. Has a different effect when it grabs onto a lady. Should actually watch that again. It should be on the drive. I can't because first gotta watch Firestorm. Gotta watch Firestorm. See, I'm tangenting again. I do that too much. It gets me to fall behind. Okay. We have done, I would say, probably about half of the scaling. Definitely not most because this still has to be done. Well, let me work on the bottom a bit. Try to get those done as well. And Darren says the 90s had a lot more practical effects. CG was a bit off. Babylon 5 had the best CG for the time. Yeah, but because the problem with that wound up being that because they did those without the aid of film, when they tried to upscale the show, it just they literally have to redo all the special effects for it, and I don't think none of the studios are trying to pay for that. Like for Deep Space Nine, that's one thing. Oh, I'm looking forward to the Razor Fist video. Hopefully he'll finally make it before the year is out, where he goes into the whole thing about how Deep Space Nine was ripped off of Babylon 5 and how that is a literal bunch of bunk, which it was. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. The stuff I found out about Straczynski and the times that he gives for certain things just kind of show him to be a bit of a liar, which is unfortunate because I like the man's work. I do. I really, really do. But yeah, B5, that's fantastic stuff. At first, when it was first coming on, I'm not gonna say I rejected it, but there were other things on, like Action Pack and things like that, Saturdays, that I usually would watch instead. But then I started to catch B5 later on in like reruns and stuff, and I was like, oh, this show's pretty good. I was wrong. But yeah, Babylon 5, that's good stuff. They recently did an animated movie of it, and they apparently brought back everybody that they still could find from the original voice cast, but I don't know how it was. I most certainly have not seen that. Yeah, I do have to get one good shot of Granny to show on this Instagram thing, so I won't have to actually download some of that reference material I was referencing. Yeah, great writing. It didn't age well because of specifically because of the stuff with the effects and a few other things they had to overcome that they couldn't possibly have known about. But that's a problem. That's why you got to put stuff on film, because that way, when you now that you have things that you can do, or you can upscale things to 4K, 8K, and 45 million K, everything that they do that from on film looks splendiferous, like fantastic. But anything that they did where they're trying to upscale computer effects from Windows 95 looks awful. They had to redo a lot of the stuff for Deep Space Nine when they put those on DVDs too. Not nearly as much as Babylon 5 though. I really liked the fighter ships that they had too. But they look kind of bad in the upscale. Like, they still look fine if you just watch the original airing of it. But the stuff that they tried to do, look like some people have tried to upscale it and it just doesn't look good. They can't find a way to make it look good, and the only way seems to be to literally redo all the effects and all that timing and all that coloring. Like, nobody wants to spend that time. No studio wants to pay the money. Robert Meyer Burnett would do it, and he would do it well, but, you know, he can't do it for free. And he worked on a bunch of those Star Treks that got redone for DVD too. He's a good guy he's got his finger on the pulse of this current situation, but he's not quite there. Nonetheless, however, I do subscribe to his channel. I feel for him that he had to go through the nonsense that Campia has put him through, because Campia just completely, like, he went full Howard Stern, and that's just upsetting. Like, that man called him friend, and he essentially spit in his face. It's just not right. And Darren says the animated movie was pretty good. Simple story, but pretty good for those that are still around. Okay. The shadow ships and the jump fighters were awesome. Yeah, they were. Okay. Alright, so thank you for the good one on that. I will definitely try to track that down so I can watch it. Still gotta finish Blake 7. I still gotta finish my rewatch of Academia. About halfway through on a lot of those. But I've also had Alex Jones keeping me up at night. Oh man, yeah, R&B is very cool. I like Robert Meyer Burnett. But yeah, because I have watched InfoWars for like forever, and I managed to actually not fall for it when they tried to tell everybody, oh well, he's evil and blah 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 blah. The only thing I ever see is that the stuff that he said, like, there's a guy, I forget where he's from. I think he's got roots in the Middle East. His name is like Haim or something like that. And he's running around people are trying to get interviews off of him now because he's literally saying the same exact things that Alex Jones was saying 10 years ago. But it's okay for him to say those things and have those musings live on air. And they're not even making fun of him or anything. But to me, it's just weird. Still, I need a break. I need to just watch some fun stuff that doesn't have my neurons firing all the time. Unless it's for this, so that I'm drawing and learning more and getting better at it and figuring out how to do layouts for pages and stuff, so I can finally do panels, do them properly, and get some books out there. Because I need to get these books out of here. I mean, there's even a couple of people who expressed interest in doing a book with me if I can get enough of myself together to get there. So I must learn more and faster. Because I don't have the same time that all these young bucks do. Young bucks like John Malin. Everybody and their mother already launched a book or two and they're getting things moving. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad the Lord decided to let me be around it to motivate me to finally get going on something He put in me a long time ago. I shy away no longer. Now I'm just speeding toward it, trying not to bump into anything on the way. As Makini says, and as we say in the CSF Nation, hashtag never stop drawing. Except you don't really need to use the hashtag part. That should never be a part of normal speech. Forgive me for even uttering that. That's something that happens sometimes. I've managed to mostly break the habit, but every once in a while it still pops up. You can't talk internet to people. That is not English. Or text message or whatever you want to call it. That definitely didn't start there. Alright, here we go. Decisions made. This isn't going too badly. And believe it or not, I even kind of feel bad for John Campia in a way, because for him to have turned on his friend that way, even though he doesn't entirely see it that way, it's just weird. Hang on, I gotta move it so I can get some process. For which I need to turn the phone back on, because it did die on me. Oh, and I still need to do my little tag thing over there, so I'll try to do that before I move on to the arms. Bear with me, that is the phone finally turning on. I don't know quite what I'm going to do about the background, but I think the fire pits are going to have to go. I gotta show one from a different angle, and besides, a real apocalypse fire pit is, well, you can see it from planets away. that's what literally happens when old Darkseid drops one of those machines, those earth movers or earth beaters or whatever they're called, on your planet. They dig it out and they create a fire pit. Usually there's like 4 of them that get made on a planet, and they spit fire everywhere into space for like a couple of miles. It's a completely ridiculous thing that Jack Kirby came up with there. But you'll never forget it. Ooh, thank God we're in concurrent. I was going to start to lose all this. Alright, bear with me. The camera is up. Now I can finally take these. Come on, light, behave. There. Oh, I almost had it. Ah, come on. Little twist, just a little more. There. Get it, get it, get it. Got it. Okay, fantastic. Now we can keep on rolling. See if we can turn this back on real quick. There's actually a lot less erasing to do on the right. A lot more on the left. That's going to be a problem. Okay, it's only about 2 in the morning, so that's good. Alright, now that this is back, I got this. Do post kings. Okay. So now we did that. Yeah, I do. Alright, let me do the inner line first. Maybe one of the thinner ones. With the brush one. Okay. This brush is fantastically thin and works quite well for this, but it might not see it show up that much on the camera though. Oof. Man, this thing is letting the ink flow. Oof. All right. Okay. Not choke out. Yes, it does choke out. Now this one, let's see what this does. This is the knife edge of markers. Ooh, whoa, it's still pretty thick. Hold on, let me try to use it this way. Okay. There we go. That's a much easier line. in. Just a moment. All right. I need a BRB moment. Looks like there's a supply that's needed, so if you folks can hang on for a few moments, I'll be back in just a bit. I will mute it. Okie dokie, I have returned. Pardon the wait. I think I'll do a nice refueling break, probably about half an hour maybe. The X-Men, such a simple concept that even when they handed it over to the Japanese, they did it so well. And they used the villains even better than they did in the American show. But the American show is still ultimately better. Alright. Hold on. Where were we? Oh, yes, right. I have to start the madness with a 0.5. I'm going to try to go a little different. I'm going to attempt to make them a little bit larger and not shrink so hard around here, because that was tough. Oh, I forgot. I can just do this. Okay. All right. Okay, we are approaching that point where I have to figure out how to turn these things. Okay. Okay, they turned. I can't say if successfully, but they turned. Yes, oh, thank you, Darren. Darren welcomes me back. Back to the salt mines. But what can you do? I did this to myself. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. And then Darren says, looks like good work in the S curve. Well, thank you. But it is this is treacherous work here indeed. Trying to remember to put all of these blocks, and I was trying. I promise you, I was trying to make them bigger, but that just was not working. see if I can get the easel up here a little bit more, because I keep forgetting I can't relax my hand too much or it'll start to weigh down on it and then I'll move the darn easel. Oh, another turn has arrived. Alright, that didn't go quite as bad as I thought. Probably because they're a lot smaller. Okay. Almost got one arm in. Oh, right. I can do those other lines real quick. Let's see, which one should I use? Alright, I think I can take the glasses off. Okay, that works. While we're at it, since this one's working, let's start. Let's open up shop on the right arm. And then Darren says, time for me to call it. Have a good one and try to get some sleep, which is my plan. And then take care. And to you, I say the same. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me tonight, Darren M. I hope we get to have a fantastic rest. Stay safe out there, and we'll catch you tomorrow for Nina and Tomby. I'm sure they'll be up and running by then. But yeah, have a good night, man. And catch you back soon. Where was that? Oh, yeah. And also, thank you very much again for the Jerry Anderson stuff, man. I'm gonna be busy looking through there. I gotta definitely hound down that other show, even if it wasn't him who did it. I gotta find it. Okay. 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 All right, has it been 20 minutes? Yes, it's been exactly 22 minutes. So, anyone who's lurking and watching, hang on for a little bit longer. I will be right back in about 3 minutes. Oops, I forgot to mute it. I'm here, Mama Bear. I'm here. I just had to step away for a couple of moments, but I am here. I think I need to make this thing taller. Mama Bear says, LOL, she was starting to wonder if I fell asleep. No, no danger of that this evening, at least. No, I thought I heard something at the front door. I had to go check it. And it takes a bit to get back there, or up there, so I had to go back there and do the thing, as it were. But yeah, no sleep till Brooklyn, or till I can at least get across most of these scales. Alright, let's see. But how you doing, Mama Bear? What's going on? How was your day? Oh yeah, I forget. I still gotta charge this thing. Hang on. Yes, sir. I need a BRB sign or something. I need to learn clips. I don't understand that yet. At least that way, if I have to get up for an emergency or whatever, I can play something in the interim, like a lot of people do. And no one's left wondering, or the wiser, hopefully. Marver says, not too bad. Had a weigh in, and despite Thanksgiving, I'm still down. All right. Good stuff. Good news. Yeah, because you guys have Thanksgiving a little bit sooner. So I'm glad you got to have some good news for what you're looking for. My weight has been fluctuating, but I have not spiraled down to the madness that I used to be in, because I used to weigh, let me see. So I was above what Mock went down from recently, because I made it all the way up to like 335 pounds. I fluctuate between the 220s and the 2 teens. At least I have been during the pandemic. I think the last time I checked, I was at about 222 or 3, somewhere around there. Okay. Alright, that is one arm. And then Mama Bear says, Granny's taught does work. I'm not sure about OBS, but I know in StreamYard you could have a running ticker. You're right, yeah. The OBS, I'm still learning across it. Because StreamYard apparently hates me with an undying passion. Because every time I tried to use it, it starts to work really, really well, and then it degrades very quickly, even with this microphone. And that hasn't happened in OBS, so that's why I've kept using it instead. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I got to try to do some more research on streaming, and I got results that I hadn't gotten before. So there was some stuff that was talking about how to do some of that within OBS. Like OBS is definitely way harder than StreamYard's, but it'd be what works for now, so I gotta live with it. I think I can still like follow somebody else's link to someone else's stream, if even if they're using StreamYard, because I do have a StreamYard account. But as far as me actually streaming through there, let alone trying to bring somebody on, I'm still a bit stuck as to all of that. Hang on here. And then Mama says, I've been getting medical help with weight loss. It got bad. I can understand. Well, like I said, I was swimming around 335. It might have been higher than that, but it got to new levels of ridiculous even for me. I had never gotten that out of control with my weight, but thank the good Lord, it took a while. But at last, that bit of it was defeated, and now I'm down to the, like I said, two teens, 220s for the most part. All right, let's see. Okay, that's good. I think that'll do. Alright, now we still have to do the right arm as far as this stuff. And I gotta figure out how I'm gonna deal with this, and so I can know how to double it on that side. Then I still gotta figure how I'm gonna do that for mesh. I have to fix that. That was terrible. But at least this stuff in the bottom worked out even with the ink. Let me see if I can angle it all the way down. Yeah, so for the most part, it did okay. The ink in it was certainly as scary as I thought it was going to be, but in the end, we're making it through. We're making it through. Okay, so now let's start here. do want to make it look like it's pushing through there. So you know what? I'm gonna just darken that in all the way. All right, hang on. Let me get one of the brushy ones to try that with. Yeah, there's a sufficient brush edge. Here we go. Ah, too thick, too thick. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. See, I'm not good at using those things, but I gotta try. We'll fix the rest in Photoshop clearly, because I don't think that whiteout pencil was going to do that job here. Oof, oof. Okay. And Mover says, "I'll get there. Not as fast as I'd like, but getting there." Yep, I know. That's how it goes. You always go up that mountain faster than you can come down it. That's for darn sure. Lord knows, I could tell you that was not fun. It was so unfun. I did not keep any of my pants from back then for posterity. I'm like, no, I don't need any of this. There might be a pair swinging around somewhere from one of my moves, but as far as I remember, I did not hang on to those. But as you can clearly see, I went a little too far there. It's too dark. LOL, I started out on the wrong side of that mountain. Yeah, 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 same here. I sort of tumbled down it and then finally got to get into a normal. Well, it's not normal, but at least it's a better quote unquote weight class than I used to be in. Because 335 pounds, that was no joke. And I know what it's like. It's not an easy thing to deal with, let alone to fight against. I hated it. It was like, oh, this is freaking impossible. That's how it felt. But the one good thing is that when I'm able to actually do exercise and stuff, my body does respond to it in a very positive way. I have to be able to keep up with doing it. I remember one time, it was a couple times before that, where I had to do quote unquote weight control. I used to go to Bali after work, and I would be there for like 3, 4 to 5 hours, even 6 hours a few times. And I was just basically running around the gym because they had an indoor track, so you could run, you could walk, you could do circuits on the exercise machines. I think they had a pool too, but I never used the pool. I'm like, no. I don't know what it is, but it's just using the pool at the gym. It just feels weird. I don't even know how to explain that. Okay, here we go. But it is fun to actually get to do some of the exercise when, like, you can feel it, like your body feels good afterwards. I mean, it feels bad because you're in pain, but like after that calms down and you get some rest, you wake up full of energy and things are nicer for the next day, next few days. I miss it, but I can't really do it in my state right now. It's not necessarily unsafe out here, but there be troublers about. Okay. Alright, it's moving, it's a moving. My mother says I was plus size when I got pregnant and didn't really lose the baby weight. Wow, so you literally got stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to that. And it's a lot harder for women too, because I know, because but it is like weight loss is harder on women than it is on men, because you know how musculistic men are built differently than women are, because you guys can actually do the other half of bringing babies forth. We can't do that. But I know it's hard. But though it's hard, it is very worthwhile to actually get to defeat it. Then my mother says, "I wish I could move you up here. I wouldn't have to worry about you." No, you would not. But I would be traveling to Toronto to eat at Le Beefsteak every day that I possibly could. God, I love that place. It was so good. I haven't been there in a long time, and that was I was actually able to pick up comic books there in Canada that I could not find in the States at the time. They were Jade Man comics. Tony Wong, sorry. Tony Wong made his own comic book company in China, and they did a bunch of Oriental and Kung Fu superheroes, martial arts superheroes, a lot of Buddha-based stuff, a lot of stuff I'm fairly certain wound up in Street Fighter one way or another, and even some Kung Fu movies of the day, because he had been doing that since like 85, 87, something like that. But yeah, that's good times I had in Canada. The couple times I've been there, although I never got to be there for long, but it's good stuff. I mean, the Trudeau factor obviously is a bit of a problem, but you're getting by okay. And Monger says, "LOL, I'd be feeding you." Yeah, that's true. I do hear you're a pretty good cook. Nothing wrong with that. Cooking is something that still escapes me, but I do try from time to time. I can make Dominican rice every once in a while if I really, really put my gizzards to it. That's not every day that I could actually do that. Dang it, I should have just kept these the same size and just made the lines anyway, I think now. Okay, there we go. Well, I would happily take that too. Home cooking is not to be trifled with. Why? Because you can't beat it. Plain and simple. There's nothing you can get at a restaurant that tastes better than getting it from home. Doesn't exist. Whatever anyone would try to convince me of, it's just not real. Very much like that girl some weeks ago that was fooled by that Fed. Alright. I think we've gotten through a good chunk of this. And remember, says all countries have problematic politicians. That's right, especially in this day and age. And you could almost say they don't come more troublesome than Trudeau, but that is simply no longer the case. because here we have Biden. The half of the Middle East has those jerks. Pretty much all of the other fake democratic countries, they all have their own friggin' Trudeaus and Bidens. All of them do. I mean, come on, Macron. You know, after doing some reading, I think France should have voted for Le Pen. They would have been better off, and they wouldn't have people trying to burn their streets down now. I believe the news about her. I was wrong. I was wrong. But yeah, if everybody's got a problem child at the head of the table right now. Even Netanyahu really isn't all that great. What am I miss? Well, the other stuff I'm still... Oh, I know. I need to deal with this. The mother says, home cooking from a former chef. Well, I mean, how do you argue against that? You don't. Because now you have home cooking from someone who knows how to cook at a restaurant. Boom. That's the win. And I need a 12. I've never used a 12 to try to do my tag. Would never figure I would need something so large. But it needs to be done also. Oh, and also thanks for the tip about the things on the throne room. I was looking up stuff for the throne room on APOKOLIPS, and I found a few other ones to try. I just did a general image search, though. I didn't use Pinterest or anything. But that might mean I'm gonna have to get rid. I may have to get rid of some of this fire. I may have to just change the angle of everything that's going on back there, but while I figure that out, I think I'll start working on the other Rainbow Bright things so that I get them done and posted, and by the time that's finished, I can finally post this one. So we can get the Granny Goodness Challenge started off. Come on, Sakura Pigment. These things do not like being exposed to oxygen for more than like seconds at a time, it feels sometimes. Oh my gosh. And Mom Bear says, LOL, yep, raised on Dutch and Indonesian food too. Oh, that's good stuff. That's very good stuff. I can tell you as a connoisseur of, well, you can look this up there, something called Shady Maple. It's a smorgasbord that's here in Pennsylvania, somewhere like an hour and some change from here, from me. Fantastic food. Some of it Dutch, some of it not. But it is run by folks who are from the Dutch. Now, there's a different place called Miller's, where most of the food they serve in there is Dutch, and it's pretty delicious. But it's a little more expensive, and it's a little bit more along the... It's more sit-down restaurant, but they do also have... They rotate some of their Dutch food in the middle aisle, where you can kind of do... where you can do a buffet style most nights of the week. I haven't been there since before the pandemic. Oh, I'm sorry, no, because when my cousin was over here, we did take him up there once, and the food was still pretty good. But yeah, it's called Shady Maples, or Shady Maple, where literally after you eat there, you need to go walk around the almost half a mile that there is to walk around of gift shop that they have under the restaurant. It's a pretty fun place. They have the coolest Disney statues in there. God, I saw there was a Mulan and a Pocahontas and Prince Charming that I wanted to get so badly, but it's like I can't even afford this at the discount prices because it's all actual originally Disney produced stuff, like it's official Disney Disney merchandise. But they get stuff up there sometimes that doesn't even go through the parks, or at some points was supposed to, but not enough of them got made, so they get sold off to places like Shady Maple. And the Disney nuts get really, really mad when stuff like that happens. So it doesn't happen as often as it used to, but they got cool stuff in there. I really like that gift shop. And the one verse says, I was trying to figure out where she'd be standing. The throne room made sense to me, raising the armada, so to speak. Yes. No, that makes perfect sense. Because she literally would be raising the armada. That's the point. So I'm going to try to run with you and incorporate it that way. But I'm going to try to keep the fire, because when you really think about it, I can't literally put a fire pit behind her. I wouldn't be able to draw it all. You wouldn't be able to see it. Because the thing about an Apokolipse fire pit is that it spits fire out into space. Miles up into space. I mean, actual Apokolipse fire pits are the sizes of continents. Like easily multiple Australias. No, even bigger than that. I forget the moon on Apokolipse, but it has like 3 of them. Or at least it did before, they destroyed it. Okay, this is actually coming along, thank God. Woo. But yeah, so that's why I'm going to try to switch it up to your path there a bit, because it just makes more sense. Okay. This is working. But yeah, I got a little bit ahead of myself. I got rather excited at this prospect of the project. So maybe if I take the window and put it in there somewhere, I can draw some poor planet getting apocalypse and having fire pits breathing from it. Maybe. I'm not sure quite yet how to make that run and work. But I did know this much. I definitely had to start putting ink on her because the soot is just everywhere around here. It's like none of this is really white anymore. Like you could rub across here and you're gonna get stuff. Well, I don't know if you can really see it on the camera, but it's just from all the erasing and the moving around and the brushing everything away. So I figured if I at least put ink on her now, then I don't have to worry about it later, and it won't get in the way of me trying to figure out what the heck the background will finally be. Okay, now I need the blade protruding from here. And Mama Bear puts a smiley with hearts. Thank you. Right back at you. You're good people. But I definitely need to figure out what's going to be here. So, like, I could put, like, maybe like a window there. And that way I could still get away with the light coming from there. Hold on, you can't see me pointing at that if the camera doesn't put it in there. Okay. Yeah, so maybe a window here. You can see the planet. Can't do it on this side. But as a matter of fact, that's where I gotta go next. I can't darken in Dark Side and Calabac yet because some about them just don't look quite right. But the lettering, I think that I can do. Probably something bigger than this. Or maybe I should use... I'm going to use the smaller brush. Ooh. This one first. Have to be superfluously careful with this. As you can see, it's actually coming through. It's darkening nicely. Okay, made it through the G. Oh, Mama Bear says, LOL, I love the lettering. I'm glad you can actually see it. It doesn't look... I'm surprised that you can because it's so darn thin. It's hard for me to read even just looking at it on the sketch pad. You know what? Let me see if I can make it look like it's semi-disappearing into the left. It's kind of like for what I want to do for that Ripper thing, which I'll show you guys at some point. So I have to try to do better coloring on it since I wasn't able to submit it for the contest. Now, this brush thing forces you to be more careful with it. You can't, if it'll just splosh everywhere if you don't. No, it's an N. I have to do it this way. Well, that's a screw up, but we can fix that later. Thank goodness for that. I could just lay it down and then really make a much thicker line, but that is not necessary here. Okay, we survived the first one. Well, really, that's like the fifth one. But anyway, let's try some more. Oh, Mama Bear says she can pick up the details. Okay, good. Well, it should be considerably easier once I can actually darken them in. Let's see if we can get the rest of that going. Gotta grab the right one of these. See if by any chance they started that over there. I don't think so. Okay, they did. All right, let's get that rolling. Push this back a bit. Stupid cough returned. Okay, so this time, trying to find a 1.5. Where is it? I had it in here. So that's going to be there's a 1.5 of a Faber-Castell. So this should make it a little bit easier to do this. I mean, they all do it, but with the brush, it's a lot easier to just like lay it down and make like a broad stroke, like I did here. I way overdid it, so I'll have to shrink it later. Alright, let me get this over here. I have to learn this lettering thing more and better. Because hopefully that way I'll also get to consider the colors while I'm coming up with how I'm going to try to letter. I don't know who would do that, but fix it. It's one of those we'll fix it later. Let's keep going. Okay, so I need to find more of these things. Oh, Mama Bear, this company used to make those pit pins that we were talking about the other day. I think it's Faber-Castell. It probably has some sort of weird German pronunciation, but it was them. They used to make. There was like 3 companies that used to make them, and when they used to sell a lot, but I can hardly find them anymore. And like Megatron says, even Michaels doesn't even. They don't even carry them, which is awful of them. But such is life, right? Such is life. I guess this one you can see the bottom of a little bit. I'm still going to leave the little tail of the Y from the granny to hit over the Y from the oh my. Okay. 2 down, 2 down. Let's keep moving. I need to make this a little bit longer. One of the things I like about this stuff is that when you experiment with lettering, you can kind of go back to the old ways of writing. Because I've lost a lot of my cursive. You know, when I have to do it sort of this way, I get to reclaim it just a little bit. And I mean a little bit. Okay, let's connect that. Obviously, I missed that there. Okay, this one's definitely working a little bit easier. Okay, there. Okay, I'm gonna do a little more in. Okay, getting there. Go slow so it actually works. There we go. There we go. I think I should have made those smaller, but it's fine. We shall be okay. And now the hashtag. This part of the hair is going to be painful, so gotta save it for later. Not ready to climb that mountain, but I'm glad that the climb has been okay so far for everything else. Okay. Yay, I drew a few straight lines. More or less straight, for the most part. You know, I should do that differently. Should do it so it's just sort of like the outside of the letter that you see. But that is going to take a little planning, I think. So I won't do that today. If you've seen my thumbnail, the way that the grumpy is spelled, kind of something like that I'd like to try. But no, for the challenge, which actually should be the largest word, but unfortunately wound up being the smallest, I need a much smaller point. Whatever this is that I can't remember the word for right now. Okay. So you do have some edges, but on the inside, you just curve it. 'Cause you want to. Darn it, I moved it again. Gotta be careful with that. Well, definitely got to do more than I was planning to. And I am not complaining about that at all. This is a good thing. Ooh, the page is kind of curling around here. I didn't know it was going to do that. That could be troublesome. Oh boy. Ooh, watch it here. That G is difficult. Okay. Alright, almost there. Let's get to through the E and the exclamation point. I'd better not. Hang on. Let's let you be. Let's try to get one of the smaller ones on this end, so we can do that. Starting to understand why some people prefer to do inking with brushes. You almost have a sense of freedom that can't easily be described compared to working with those pens. Unprecedented, perhaps. All right. Oh, Mother says, sorry, almost forgot to do the outfit of the day. Got a great light blue girl. Oh, yeah, for the game. All right, cool. Yeah, keep taking those and just draw them and do your own version of them. Just have fun with that. You never know what you can come up with just doing stuff like that. I mean, that's how I came up with half of my world before I even realized it. Ooh, there was that elbow again. Hang on a second. Plenty of space, just gotta fill it. Speaking of which, all right, let's try a little bit of them. This is not an easy setup to hang on to. All right. thought bubble in with slight bits of effects. Now put in the tone of his terribly frightening voice by way of this bit of aura. Which I guess would be slightly solar. I don't know. There, let's just finish this line out now. Okay. One verse says, "LOL, the hardest part was finding a lip color I liked." Well, accessorize, accessorize, accessorize. It is a strong necessity. You gotta do it. You know what? I gotta do this too, now that I think about it. Put one there or carry the line over. We'll decide later. But it should be there. They should go around to the back. Well, I know this one's lip color is going to have to be in order to at least look somewhat close to home. Oh, jeez. Okay, it is starting to get to me now. But I haven't even streamed that long. When did I start? I don't remember when I started. Oh, shoot. But I know at the very least that we made it to this point. So it has been a good use of the time. And I have it on record. I think I'm actually recording this. I don't remember. It feels like there's too much light coming from somewhere and I can't quite figure out where. Oh, man. Still haven't figured out if to do this exactly like this or not. And I want to black that in, but I don't know. I have to make a lot of final decisions about this. Considering light coming from here, what about this? What's all that gonna do? I mean, there will be pretty much fine. I just have to do an effect. Gotta figure out what color that plating is gonna be, because it's gotta be either silver or gold. But the gold is more often used. I mean, that was the first color, and then they depicted it in both, because probably gold is annoying as a printing thing. But this is good. We got some progress. I got some wrinkles. And I got a lot of this put into whatchamacallit that it needed to be. But now comes the real hard part, which is figuring out what to do with all of that. What do we do with all of this? Oh, missed a little there. Let's make sure all of these are cut off where they're supposed to be. Still gotta figure out how to, I might just leave that as it is with the pencil and then expand that in the Photoshop. Maybe, I don't know yet. I don't know. That too. But I have to think of it that way because that is my that is my coloring station. Until I can get a physical one back. Can't figure out yet if to web these or not. I don't know. Finger lines a little bit thicker, just a little bit. I guess I finally drew enough fingernails to remember to not make them look like they're protrusions from the skin, because every time I used to draw them, I always used to draw them, they looked like skin damage. But now they're not, I mean, they're not good still, but they are nowhere near what they used to be when I used to try to draw fingernails. Ah, the cowlick right there. Okay. I forgot about that. I needed to finish that. I got to bump it off here too, but here, one of the spiral holes gets right in the way. I always do this. Why do I continually do this to myself? I don't know. Alright, and we have to carry this up here. Carry this up here. Okay. And then these two. Or three, I don't even remember how many there are now. I guess it is three. And then Mama Bear says, I've been trying to grade girls on the full spectrum color wise. Some skin tones are hard to get a nice lip color to. Yes, that is very true. That is very true. But I found that the browner the girl, the cooler the neon on some things. Like you do a neon and like encase it in a flat, like that's it's kind of interesting. Like I've seen some models on Instagram do that where they'll literally be an outline of neon in a flat color in the lip. But it's only like a little bit of an outline, so it kind of like pushes out the flat as the neon. It's interesting. And then Mama Bear says, LOL, they actually look like fingers. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I'll happily take that. Because I wasn't even sure of that, let alone the fingernails. And then so you can see, I cut off a bit there because I thought this finger was like a little bit too wide. And I think I'm going to have to leave it. But this one does seem to match them more versus this line, so that's why I went that way when I finally used the ink, and I knew none of the stuff was going to look the same when I did it either. But at the very least, it has come a long way since when I started doing this Thursday night, I think is when you told me about it. Certainly got here a lot faster than I usually would, but the problem is all this back here. Holy moly. So I gotta find out what to do with that, or if I can actually get away with having those there, maybe without the square. I don't know. I don't know how that would actually make any sense. Not that any of this makes sense or is real, but there's got to be some flow to the actual drawing of whatever it is that you're doing. And I still don't know if that's okay, but I kind of still wanted the muscle to push through. Oh, hang on. Mom says, I've noticed that it's fascinating how bolder colors look so much nicer on darker skin tones. Yeah, it is. Like you take like a neon green to encase not quite sky blue, a little bit darker, and that really makes the blue pop. Like you almost don't see the green. It's weird. I don't know if I'm describing that properly. Oh, I got to get on Maki's stream this morning. I know he's been doing those for a while, but I usually don't get to go to them. I'm gonna see if I can make it again tomorrow. But if I'm gonna do that, I need to be able to get there for that time. I don't want to put scaling here. That should be skin. But there's got to be some sort of a pattern there. I might just keep the X pattern. Regular mesh. And then maybe I should put that up here. You know what? Let me try it. Wide spacing. I think that's what the term is. Okay. That way it'll still work with the rest of the, I guess this is technically a bodysuit. Okay, let's go. I think the X would have to mate closer to down here. So I'm gonna get away with that. Put that way the collarbone. Collarbone will stay and you can still show it. They call that collarbone anyway. Bear says, Granny is the focus, no need to go crazy on the background. I mean, I know, but it's just I want to put her somewhere since this will be the, I mean, it until yours gets up there, this will be the one that'll get put up as the DTI YOS your own stuff, right? So she should be somewhere. I mean, I did put it in the rules, which you should look at when you get a chance. They're in the description. So I just kind of wrote up rules of the contest here. Take a try. Try this. Try to draw her, keep her within these parameters, which are pretty loose, except for to at least kind of hold to her character so you can still have fun. And then the fifth rule is have fun. And then, fourth one I think is put her anywhere you like, even on Apocalypse, bathing by a fire pit or, sunbathing by a fire pit or something. I wrote something crazy like that. Oh, and the mom bear says she missed the stream because of the way. Okay, right. So it was happening around the same time. Gotcha. Well, at least that is over now. So now we'll keep on rolling. And then mom bear says fishnet works in those spaces. Yeah, it kind of does, but I think I'm doing it a bit wrong still. I kind of want to possibly have some sort of, if the word is correct, embroidering around this particular part since there kind of is around the others. I don't know. I may be saying that wrong. I'm not entirely sure. And I am aware that because of the curves, it does kind of sort of emulate the bat signal a little bit. But no worries. No one will see Batman on her collarbone. And then Mama says, I'm hoping to have her finished by Monday. Oh, cool. I know mine won't be finished by Monday. I know that for sure. I'm not even going to try to speculate that one. Because, I mean, at least the sight gag team over here will cover for that. I just got to figure out how to put down dark. Because, cause he kind of still looks a little bit, maybe a bit too comical. I mean, it is dark side, but I got him with sort of like cartoon hound dog face, and then Calabac, of course, is not about to miss it. So I'm not sure about inking that just yet. I need a little more, something else. There's something missing. Like I kind of want to flare his omega beams a bit, just a bit. I would imagine this would have that sort of an effect. And then I still have that problem there. Like I gotta still deal with all of that flaring out of her hair, because it's basically her grabbing it in a fist. Like she's just making a fist, more or less, and that's supposed to be the effect of it. But I'm just still not quite sure how to put ink on it. But I'm just gonna have to do it. It's one of those you have to start or you never finish. So that's what happens to me all the time. Let's see. Oliver says, Brucifer has requested me to join the panel on Monday, so I'd like to surprise him with it. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Awesome. That should be fun. I still don't know if I can actually join panels doing this sort of streaming process. Not yet. I haven't been able to test that. But hopefully I'll get to test it out with one of you guys before we can figure it out, and maybe I can stream with y'all once everything gets back to normal. But what did I find his channel? Because I did find his channel, because he did have some sort of a show. Do me a favor, if you would, please. Would you push the link my way just so I can tune in on Monday? Because Monday is when Bruce does his show too, so I usually have to mod for him. Sometimes I have to mod for Nina on Mondays also. But yeah, just as a reminder, just in case, so I can at least tune in. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got here? Yeah, like I don't want to do, like if I do the throne room, I'm not going to try to get intricate. I just want to make it look like they're inside that room. But I think I could possibly get away with that using these as little small tiny fire pits. I just don't know how to deal with the rest of that. That's why I haven't erased them just yet, because I'm not sure how it will go as far as like all these here. I know they're staying. Chuckles and Ruffles over there, they're gonna hang out. But it's a matter of putting her in a proper space where, I mean, clearly as large as she is on the paper, she's ultimately the focus, but just to make sure it's more open so it doesn't take anything away, and it just kind of looks like she's in the room and, you know, sparkling or whatever. But these are the things still to be figured out. change that lettering for the DTIYOS to make it more like the font I found to spell my screen name on the thumbnail. Alright, but this came out okay. Mama Bear says, "Will do," and I say thank you. And then she also adds, "I wanted to do the window so I can have a parademon peeking." Right. I forgot you did mention that in. Yeah, so like from where yours is, you can easily do it from like right above her or right next to. Ooh, shoot! Shouldn't do that to the page; it'll tear. Or right next to her. And I was thinking about the window so I could show a planet with fire, with a fire pit coming out of it that they recently captured or whatever or what have you. But I gotta figure out what the heck that's gonna be. It's gotta also figure out all these little shadows here. Since it's coming from this way, that's why I kind of angled it. Or at least I tried to angle it away from there. I can't take the eraser to it just yet. I do have to do it soon. You know, in the end, it's not necessarily all that bad that that line was that thick. Like, I'll have to take off a little bit from here to here, just there. So it could just be one straight here, because that way it does put out the definition of the bicep. Oh, and the Mama Bear says a planet is a good idea. Well, like I said, if I do it, it would just be so I could have something that would be pictured where you can see a fire pit coming out of it. So it, it wouldn't be very big. And that way it doesn't take away attention from the actual focus. But the problem is making it actually look like a room. And I don't know how to do that just yet. But I'm getting there. Oh, when you show yours to Brucifer, feel free to point him at this stream, at least, because since this one there's ink on it, and it's a lot easier for him to see it, see what he thinks. Since yours will be a kickoff. Because that way he can just skip to where it gets to at least this point where you can, because if you can see this much of it, you can kind of tell like what's actually there. Yikes, come on. I understand why it's so hard to get it in frame. It's because this is a much larger sketch pad than this space is ready to deal with. But I think, I don't know, I gotta change that X pattern. I think I will try to do that for next time. It's gotta, because I want to make it look more fishnetty, and right now it looks more like thin shoestring or something. I don't even know how to describe it, but it ain't quite right at the end of the day. Mobber says, "LOL, of course." Good times. Now I just gotta see if I can do anything else. Oh, well, according to the picture, these things are supposed to be larger and more diamond shaped. And then this space is supposed to be much thinner because you're supposed to be able to see a lot more of the skin. So that's something else I'm definitely going to try to change. Let's see, like for example, instead of that oval, it'd be this one. Yeah. Okay. I mean, you can kind of see it in the background there. And then Mama Bear adds to the chat, Gilf, Granny Goodness. Yeah, pretty much. that's the plan. Granny Goodness like you've never seen her before. Because no one would dare to do such a thing. Well, Zach almost did, but he made her skinny, and I didn't like that. It's like, leave them as they are. It's like having that supermodel-esque chick play Amanda Waller on the Arrow show. Don't get me wrong, that is clearly a good actress. And she looked great. But that is not Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller looks like Cher's son did when he first tried to turn himself into a woman. She is a block. That's Amanda Waller. And Viola Davis also does a fine job too, but Amanda Waller's not supposed to be that freaking thin. So it's just not. Who's the lady that voiced her in this here? CCH Pounder. That she played I think in the first season of The Shield, she played was it the police chief or the captain? I can't remember. But she's been in a bunch of stuff. But that is the voice of Amanda Waller for me. Nobody else looks like that. Nobody else sounds like that. Like how like Amanda Waller is like a shorter Lizzo. Like, be a woman of that size, but not of that stature. But somehow, and I can't explain to you how, she would be carrying it off, not looking like healthier, but even though Amanda Waller is that large, she can still move around almost like the Kingpin. But she doesn't need to because she's the brain. Okay. Am I getting away with this? Diamond Eyes. What was the name of that show? Oops. That was lead. I pushed too hard. Can't push that hard. Okay, this is an improvement, I think. Mama Bear says, "Yep, gotta watch out for short stacks. We be dangerous." Yes, y'all do. That's you are not gonna get any argument from me on that topic. Short stacks be very dangerous. But the thing about it is, they don't come more loyal than a short stack. Just don't get on the bad side. That is not recommended if you aim to keep your health at a particular level. Alright, so we are going to see a bit more of it this way. Let me see. Gotta do something weird. Where's the small one? It's back here. Alright. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2. Oh, I was wrong. I do need to carry that over more. Even with that. Wow, okay. Could have fooled me. And I was wrong about being right. It actually does require more, even though it sure as heck doesn't look like it. Alright, so if that ends over there, it just ends like right around here. More or less. And I think we're doing okay. Mama Bear says very true. It is. It is. It absolutely is. That's a little adjoining point from where her belt would sort of buckle on most of her suits in the comics. I moved it from here to here. So I just kind of sort of turned it into a choker. I just haven't. That's just there as a placeholder because I haven't been able to make proper lines for it yet. But at least it is coming through a bit, or a lot, I should say, louder, now that there's ink in all these parts. Now can I get how do I get away with that here? Mover says, it's okay if they aren't perfectly symmetrical. No woman has symmetrical twins. Yeah, no, I know that's true. That's not. I know that for sure. But they at least have to look more or less close so that I can do some of this here and then some of it here. That's all I was really looking for. And the thing about it is when they actually are perfectly symmetrical, they look off. I don't know what that is. But when they are, they seem to look like they aren't. That happens with, to me at least, with a few different things. It's not just the twins, as it were. But when they have, they don't look. I don't know. We're just programmed that way. But it is still 4 this way and 4 this way, even though that means this one looks wider or bigger or something. But of course, remember, it's supposed to be turning in a little bit here toward you, but I don't know how to do that very well. So I just kind of sort of have to stick with it. And my mother says LOL, okay. Yeah, that's just a thing. It's one of the things that does not make bra shopping fun, because it points that out sometimes, and I understand. It's very sucky, but we just sort of have to live with it. Alright, and I guess I should have this be a contiguous line instead of just a little line across. So that way you can show a little more. Just a little. Just a little bit. Tell you what, I'm just glad that that respiratory thing I was dealing with, thank the good Lord, it seems to have subsided a lot. Because I'm not just breaking out into random coughing all the time like I was while I was trying to be able to stream with you guys. And the Bible says, because people don't have mirror symmetry, right? That's part of why when something is it looks off. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It is just not in the programming. It's not what we really look for. Another giveaway of plastic surgery. Something looks a little bit too right. So people can tell more often than not if they just pay attention when plastic surgery has taken place. Well, depending on the procedure and the damage that had to be recovered if there was any. Okay. This way we keep it curvy. Okay, so Member says there's a term for it and I can't remember it. I keep thinking Hidden Valley, but I know that's ranch. That is ranch. Pretty good ranch, I might add. But yes, that is definitely ranch. That's the other thing. Yeah, I guess we'll make these going across under. And these can be on top. Let's see here. Mother says, for example, I have permanent people's eyebrow. Oh, really? Adding to my RBF, I come across as very unapproachable. Well, you don't seem it to me. I don't know. But I'm also not what you necessarily would call normal when it comes to people relations. I used to find myself striking up conversation with strangers all the time on the train and just walking through the city when I lived there. I was usually pretty much a people person. Okay, I hope that doesn't look too much like waffles. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can double up, repeat that up here, because right now that's not what that looks like. Oh, Then member says, "You know me, I'm on a different level." Yes, I do, because you are. This is true. And then member says, "You could have Cyborg and Beast Boy singing waffles." Yes, actually, 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 would you please pass that along to Megatron? Maybe we can cudgel him into doing one of these where he has that very thing happen, because it could. That's the kind of thing people from Apocalypse would do. But yes, try to get him in on the action by getting that in. I mean, obviously he's not. It's not going to be this month because he's still got to do two more Halloween things, and I think. Well, actually, no. He just did the Tamaranian witches on Saturday, so that was a whatchamacallit, Starfire and Blackfire. And I think the next one's the group show because it's almost the end of the month. So this, maybe we can. Okay, good. Process shots taken. And then Mama shares, I'll screenshot it. Yes. That way we'll get him on the Granny Oh My Goodness challenge yet. That's a great idea. Fantastic idea. That will do it. Okay. What number is this? Okay, 3. I think we'll start right here. These have to be nice and thin. Thin like a quarter spaghetti strap almost, if not smaller or thinner. Oy vey. All right. And then Mama says, that sounded different in my head. That's okay. That is your way. I always spot that sort of thing too late. But it's all good. Either way. I mean, shoot, if she doesn't look like that and she looks like this, I'm sure he won't mind. Okay. So this should be right around this line of the skin. And I guess it shouldn't really have a divot because it's supposed to be going across the rest of the butt, of the glutes, of the cheek back there. A window peering in. Okay, good. Doesn't look curvy enough. I'm not going to be able to make it thin enough for the next one, so I'm going to try to use 0.5 to finish them. But I got to make these first. And the member says, "Death by Snoo Snoo, rolling on the floor laughing." Exactly. Exactly. What a way to go, right? That is still one of the funniest episodes of Futurama. So that should be a good way to convince him. So remember, if you build it, they will come, and we just have to keep prodding a little bit here and there, wheeling and dealing, and we can get everybody in on this thing. Okay. Okay, good. Because of that. Okay. That will do. Okay. At least this is actually working. I'll have to increase the size in the Photoshop. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Right side done. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Alright, good. It's needing a bit more curve, I think. So let's make sure we hold it here. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. No, 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 no. I missed it. It's supposed to be here. That's alright. That can be fixed. Then Mama Bear puts in some music and says, keep on rolling and sketching, trying to draw Granny dirty. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, I'm losing curvature. Hang on here. Stop that. Okay. Okay, one more. One more, I think. Okay. All right, I think that problem has been resolved. Fantastic. No, that's too soon. So we're going to join these lines here. This is the 0.5 from earlier, and it's working again, so. Whew. Glad that worked. All right. These x's are wrong. For one, they're not curving along the way they should, and they're not taut where they should be. Because they should be a little bit taut, kind of coming across there. So let's get rid of them. And we'll redo them when proper. I was just going to leave that as a window, but that doesn't seem to be the way to go. Oh, cough coming again. Hang on. Okay, now I see. The number says most x's are wrong, and she is correct. I was wrong, and so was my x. We were both very, very wrong. Not even necessarily for each other, but just about a lot of things. Okay. So I need to move over a little bit more, maybe. I can afford a stretch. That's how all the soot gets on there. Doing stuff like that. And then Mama Bear says, I'll admit I was wrong for my ex. It's perfectly understandable too. No, in our case, we were right about being right for each other. The problem was everybody else. About 3 churches worth of people. In the end, they won. But God let it happen for a reason, so I shan't complain anymore. Had enough of that for a lifetime. Okay, now I think that's about in the right place. Center of neck. Collarbone coming down toward the middle, and then doing this. It's supposed to be a little wiggling thing happening. Which, can I get away with that? No, because I can't do it on that side. But I'll leave it there in case I can. So that way it kind of looks like a little wiggle. And that just makes things more difficult for the audience over there to the right. Okay, so can where would I start it? Oh, Ricator is on. Alright, that got fixed. Now let's on to it, shall we? Hola Hail, awesome one. What the heck are you doing up this late? I'm just kidding. We're all up this late. Well, how are you doing, man? Good to see you out and about. Just over here still working on Granny, oh my goodness. Trying to see if I can get these doggone X's right. And they are not easy. That's closer. It's not quite there. Then Mom Bear says, hi, awesome one. Then awesome one says, I've been going to bed around 5 a.m. lately. Yeah, I hit those periods where that's pretty much how it goes. I mean, I'll stop streaming soon, but I might wind up staying up the whole doggone day. It's like, oh my gosh. That looks better, but it's still not right. I think I need to ink in the collarbone. Because the more and more I keep trying this, the more and more I'm going to wind up losing it. Plus, I have to double line them up here too. Now, in the model, it looks like she's wearing a thong or something under this. But that's not necessary here. That would make it interesting, but it's like, oh, holy cow. It's way too much work. At the very most or least, it would have to land around here if I did do that. So at the most, we'll leave that there just in case. If it becomes an opportunity, then okay, and if not, I'll just erase it and we'll keep on rolling. Alrighty then. Well, someone says, past year or so, because of certain issues, I've been helping my mom out with cooking and such in the evening and find myself staying up all night. Yeah, I can understand that, man. And then he says, yo, mama. No worries, awesome one. You're good here. Gotta be a good son for your moms. Got to be. It's her turn to need the help and your turn to provide it. On this turn or side of life, I guess, if you will. Dang it, I did it again. Stop doing that. Alright, here we go. Yeah, turns out this ink definitely different than this. Faber-Castell Stedtler. Very, very different. Does not work the same. Doesn't dry the same, doesn't even look the same. But they mix fine. At the end of the day, it seems. Okay. I have to scrunch with these a bit to make them look kind of like they're stretching. That is what's happening. So you can see back there. Well, maybe, I don't know if you can completely see that. Bear says the original model is purchasable lingerie photo. Oh, it is. Okay. I mean, clearly that's lingerie. It's just like you're just not going to do that every day. That kind of a pattern. That's not. That is no simple thing to do for sure. And then also one says, I made apple pie and meatloaf with butternut squash. That sounds delicious. Awesome one. Absolutely delicious. It is literally making me hungry. Mostly because I haven't eaten in a while. And I thought I had eaten sufficiently before the stream. And then also one says, for a guy who has done mostly frozen food, I'm starting to get a handle on cooking. Yeah, that's been a lot of my problem most of my life, and I'm only recently starting to get some stuff down. I can make moto, which is rice with beans, almost, well, it's not fried rice, but it's made differently. Yellow rice, I guess you'd call it. And then Mama Bear says, that's awesome, you're doing that for your mom, awesome one. Which it is awesome you're doing that. And then Restream says, congratulations, you've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. I don't know what that means. I guess it's counting messages. The heck was I? Oh, over here. And Mama Bear says, it has been 5 hours, Grumpy. Oh, that's true. Good Lord, it's actually almost been 6 hours. Sheesh. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't think it had been that long. Well, you know what they say, time flies when ... Okay. Okay. Alright, that's good. I have to do that so these things actually hug it, so it actually looks like it's taut on her skin here. That seems to actually be kind of working. Yay! That doesn't often happen. And Mama Bear says, your stamina for art is impressive. I say thank you and wear that proudly on my sleeve. I don't know if that's the case, but I really, really like doing this. Not entirely sure I even care necessarily what the subject is. No, I do. I enjoy drawing. I'm perfectly fine with doing it on stream, though I thought I wouldn't necessarily be when I first started seeing it again a few years ago. And here I am, finally kind of sort of doing some of this. No complaints. Except I gotta hurry up and do some other stuff. Because, I'm still job hunting. I'm still hunting a lot of things. Trying to figure stuff out. And in the meantime, people are being very understanding, but bills are still piling. You know, you play a little move the payment from this stack to this stack from time to time, and that's just how some stuff winds up. Oh, I think I just committed an almost fatal error. But no worries. We will fix it. I just got to remember here. Right here. Okay. Alright. Now we're following. And then here comes back the line for the bosom again, for the breast. Okay. And then one more. Should be able to do one more. Like right here. Okay, I think I can actually I didn't think I was going to be able to get this out of the way, but I can close that. I can close it. I can close it just like that, right there. Yay! I don't even remember if she's Armenian or not. Alright. Anna Kasparian, that is. Okay. Nope, too small. Maybe. What am I doing? I have a ruler. God, I don't have to do that. It's coming in. So I was just about on point. I was just about there. I do that to myself all the time. I have a perfectly good ruler sitting there, just do the measurement, but I always forget. Alright, so this will have to come out above the skin just a little bit, as will this. Oh crap. I have to make it look like that is doing it then. There. That's out of the face. Unexpectedly far faster than was expected. Okay. Now, so I still haven't figured out quite what for there. No, but yeah, Mom Bear, I remember still when I was younger, there's a lot of the drawings that I used to do that I used to do into the night, because at night no one would ask me for stuff. No one needed anything carried anywhere when I was far smaller, so people would think I was asleep, but I was actually up drawing. Well, let me tell you, this little journey has been something else. Someday I might actually show other people, or show even you folks, what my drawings look like in 1991. in 92 and 93. And then in 94, after I had sufficiently stared at enough comic books to finally be like, okay, humans do not look like what I have been trying to make. Not at all. I have no knowledge or really much of a way to get a ton of knowledge about anatomy as an artist because I got no teachers at that point. I don't really know about it. So I just have to use the comics and just ape them, and that's what I wound up doing for the most part. That's the only reason I can even draw anything that remotely looks like a human being. Which this kind of does, I could say. Okay, that's slightly less ouchy. Alright. Let's darken in the... But let's do it with this. Let's darken in the collarbone lines. Yeah, so if there's anything that what you're recognizing as stamina, it just might be from that, because I just kind of had to wind up getting myself accustomed to doing it. It's not like I always drew at night or anything like that, but it wound up being that way more often than not for a good while. Ideally, I would like to be able to sit down to a drawing or any idea I had, or if I'm following someone else's idea for a drawing, sit down, put down the pencils, put down the inks, put down some color, and done. I could be an 8-hour day or less, ideally, far less. Let's see, and then my member says I don't have much of any of my 90s art. I understand that too. I lost a bit along the way at a couple of bus stops where I dropped my, because at that point I didn't have, I think I still wasn't using regularly sketch pads. I don't think I knew to buy them or where to buy them. It was a very long time ago. And at one point I dropped like my drawings, and there was something I'd been working on for Sonic, because I think I was too heartbroken to keep going with that at the time, but it was I was drawing metallized fusion, like all of the Sonic characters from the US comic, not from the Japanese one, so there was no Amy with the hammer, the pink hedgehog. And I was working on a Fiona, which was a character that they were making like a one-tailed fox interest for Tails, and I was metallizing her, and it was coming along great, but I lost it because it flew away, and I think it wound up in a pond somewhere because I had to keep going. I forget where I was trying to get to, but I have not forgotten that moment. It was painful, but we move on. I am going to actually go back and finish that and start that over. I have decided that of late I want to go finish those drawings again. So I never got to finish that little project. But I'm going to do it as soon as I can. But when stuff like this presents itself, I can't very well just ignore it. Gotta jump on it and do it. But yeah, I still like everything that I have that's still from back then. I have it. It's lining the hallway in what do you call it? In binders full of sheet protectors. Because most of the stuff that I was drawing back then, I was drawing it on 8x10 paper. The rubber band has expired. We'll have to use another one. Okay. But yeah, so it's most of my art is right outside the door over there. It's just in the hallway, lining with it's like it's like 10 or 15 different binders worth of sheet protectors full of sheets. Some of them double-sided, some of them not. No matter how horrible it was, I would always save it, except for a few of them that I lost in the interim, and some of them I actually threw away. But generally, I just would never throw my art away, so I would always try to keep it, because I always figured, well, this looks terrible now, but I may be able to learn something from it next time I try something like this, so might as well keep it. So I usually would. Those X's still aren't right, I don't think. I can't do this to them. At least I don't think so. Okay. I gotta say thank you again, Matt. I really didn't think I would be doing anything like this to post on Instagram until I had sold at least one comic book. Make a contest. Oh man, or at least help or be part of one that's getting made. Oh, rubber band, because I'm being super ghetto about my watch. All of the bands broke. I'm rough with them, you see, and it's not because I intend to be, but I'll put one of these on there so I can use it as a latch. That's why the rubber band. The other one broke, so I threw it in the can. Is it because of these? Oh, it is. Okay, that's why you can't see that. Yeah, so I have to be super ghetto until I can replace it. I think I found a place that sells the little bits and pieces, but I have to be able to get at them first, and when I can, then I can replace that bit and I can stop using rubber bands. And then Umber says, yes, you could do the same fishnet pattern. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. It still feels a little bit off. That's why I haven't fully darkened it in yet. I'm trying to guess at it. But I wanted to darken those in so that as I keep trying this, I don't wind up losing them now that they're, decent. I should have probably used the brush tip for that. It would have looked better. But, alright, let's see. I kind of want the X connection down there. So if we do that, it's not thin enough. Alright, let's see if I can get away with this. Let's try. Should be more taut than they are curved. But wait, which one is going over the top? These are going over the top. Alright, so let me do that one first. Okay. A little more. Hold on. This one. It should be these that go across the top, but it's fine. Let's just get it up there. You know what I used to see that was really weird? There was one kid in my class a long time ago that he holds his pencil like this. And this is how he would write and draw. And I'm like, how do you even do that? He's like he was clawing it this way. And this is how he would write and draw anything. Long time ago. I'm like, I don't even understand like how his muscles didn't clench up and his hand just would just fall right off and disintegrate. So weird. Oh, Margaret says, LOL. I've been approached about commissions, but no clue what to charge and stuff. Oh yeah, I'm glad to hear that because you should do them. But I do understand pricing is difficult. What I would suggest is go look up commission sheets on Twitter. I think you can probably do it under the hashtag and just do commission sheets, or just look up the word commission sheets and different artist sheets will come up. Look at their work, look at what they charge, and then look at what they specifically charge per thing. Like look at what they generally charge for everything, but then look at, okay, well they charge this much for pencil, they charge this much for ink with pencil, they charge this much for or they will charge this much for a, what is it, like a headshot or a bust or a full body with a background. Like you would come up with different pricing motifs for that. Megatron has a price sheet somewhere too. You could ask him also. But there's quite a few artists that have their commission sheets posted on their Twitters. They'll pin them to their accounts and things of that nature. And that way you'll get a much more generalized idea of what you might charge for the work that you're going to put in, considering what it'll be. And I strongly recommend that you include both of those things in there. Like if you're going to charge $20 for something, it's because it's going to be like a pencil and a headshot. And then it could go up to 45 if you do a bust and it's a pencil. But then you could charge like $10 extra for ink, and then $30 extra for color, because markers cost a lot more money, let alone paint, because you paint, so your supplies are going to be the worst for sure. Your art supplies will be the absolute worst for what you'd have to charge. But yeah, definitely, don't just consider it, do it. Because if someone's willing to pay for the work that you do, you don't want to disappoint them. Give them that work, get that money. So I'd say definitely check into that and let me know if there's anything I can help with along that in the research. Because I know that's not an easy thing to decide upon. Oh, you know who else will have those? Look up artists that also do Artist Alley at conventions. They always have sheets like that where you can see this is a commission sheet. As a matter of fact, Jonpa has a commission sheet. Well, at least he did. You could at least look at it on his DeviantArt, on his Twitter. I don't know if he had it up on his Instagram. I don't think I ever saw it there. But yeah, that's definitely the way to go when it comes to that, because that way you get a good idea. I have no idea myself what I would, because I don't know enough to be able to tell you that I'm capable of this, so I'm charging this for it. If you're willing to pay it, have at it, and we'll work it from there. And then also take into account that you do have to ship it to unless you don't have to ship it to them, but you do have to spend some sort of currency, whether it's time, blood, sweat, tears, money, in getting the finished work to your potential and future customer. But yeah, if you're getting approached about those, then just get on the hunt, look up people's commission sheets, and you should be able to get good information there, which is something I have yet to have the chance to do, because I'm still dealing with this. I literally have less than 30 things posted. There's nobody looking for commissions from me. But that is not a complaint, and that is not a disparaging thing on me. It's just we got to work our way up to things like that. That's why I didn't want to darken it in first, because I had to do the double lines. I wasn't just doing a single. But that's okay. Maybe we can make it black transparent or something. I don't know. There's something I can do with that later. I just don't know what it is right now. Not right now, anyway. Okay, but at least all that worked. It does look like it's bigger, but it's supposed to because it's turned. Alright, she's mostly there. Even with the little spider webbing, it turned out a little bit thicker than I was hoping. I think I used the wrong one of these things for it. But I can thin them out later. One thing's for sure is I shouldn't have to deal with too much darkening when I put this in Photoshop, I don't think. And the shot for tomorrow's thumbnail is just gonna be Granny like this. I'll try to get it as tight as I possibly can so that you can see the whole of her. But it's not gonna be easy with this darn camera. Okay. Okay. It's starting to go, isn't it? Yes, it is. Alright. We'll do one last couple of things then. Nope, not you. Number 5. Yes, number 5. Alright, I'm going for it. Which ones are going to be on top of these? Alright, I think I am slightly getting away with that. This, not so much.